You might ask it to be nice to you.
It's worth it out.
They're on there in a couple of minutes.
Stay high. There.
Well, good morning everyone, and thank you for attending today's Ordinary Council meeting. I declare the Ordinary meeting of the 28th of July 2026 open at 9:21 a.m. I wish to advise members of the public in the room that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded in accordance with Council standing orders. Councillors and staff are reminded of their responsibilities under their respective codes of conduct, both inside the Council meeting and when dealing externally on behalf of Council. On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet here today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. We recognise their deep enduring connection to country and we extend our respect and gratitude for their wisdom and culture. Welcome fellow councillors, WRC staff, members of the public, the media. Amanda, I won't miss you, first meeting. Good to see you here, thank you. Okay, we'll move to our first item on today's agenda, which is the apologies, leaves of absence, which we have none recorded for the meeting. Item number 2 is condolences. Are there any councillors that wish to acknowledge any recently deceased members of our community? Now, can I ask, on behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, we would like to acknowledge and pay our respects to the recently departed the Whitsundays region and offer our sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. Would you all join me in standing for a minute's silence, please? Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Moving to item number 3 on our agenda, which is the confirmation of minutes. 3.1, confirmation of minutes, Ordinary Council meeting from the 17th of June 2026. I'll move Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Clifford. Any discussion on the prior minutes? The motion the Council confirms the minutes of the Ordinary meeting held on the 17th of June 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 3.2, confirmation of minutes, special council budget meeting, 17th of June 2026. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Finlay. Any discussion regarding the special meeting minutes? The motion the Council confirms the minutes of the special council budget meeting. Do we include the word budget meeting there, Mr. CEO? Is that right? I think that's how we'd been referring to them, wasn't it? Yep. Held on the 17th of June 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item number 4 on our agenda, which is business arising. We had at 4.1 a public question response to Mr. Bill Lay. Did you want to speak to that at all, Mr. CEO?
Mr. Mayor, so we have responded to that particular position. It's actually in the minutes, so we'll be in the minutes in relation to this. It addresses a number of those questions that were raised. And we'll probably continue to have an ongoing discussion in relation to some of those points that have been in that documentation.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. With regards to any other further business arising from the prior meeting on minutes, would any council like to raise any business? Okay, we'll move to item number 5 on our agenda, which is a mayoral minute. There is no mayoral minute for this meeting. Agenda item number 6, notice of motion. We have received no notices of motion for this meeting. Item number 7, deputations. We've received no deputations for this meeting. Item number 8, petitions and questions on notice. Does any councillor wish to have a petition they would like to raise? No petitions. And there were no questions on notice taken from the prior meeting. Okay, moving to item number 9, questions from the public gallery. So I think we have had a late question come through. Mr. CEO, would you like to handle that one, please?
And we received a question from Roger Taylor. I'll ask him to come and ask the questions in relation to it.
Good morning, Roger. How are you?
Well, thank you. First, I'd like to say I appreciate the opportunity to present my questions today, and in particular because my questions were submitted at the 11th hour. It was a last minute decision. Well, I'd like to have it in advance. The meeting was moved forward to Tuesday, so thank you for providing the opportunity today.
That's fine, Roger. I know there are a number of questions here. We typically only allow up to 5 minutes for public questions, so I'll ask you to try and keep it relatively tight for us.
About 3 minutes, thank you. On December the 19th, 2025, Mayor Collins officially announced the adoption of the Whitsunday Regional Council Sports Park Precinct Master Plan, with a stage one backed by a $15 million public and federal grant. Consultation firm was hired by council to contact sporting clubs, groups and community organisations to formulate a master plan for the sports park precinct. My question is, why did the consultants, Ross Planning, contact less than half of the community groups for their input to develop a master plan? Although Mayor Collins said that the sports park precinct is about more than sport, it is about creating a place where clubs can thrive and where the whole community benefits from the generations to come. The only noticeable activity to date has been growing of cane, with no clubs, community groups or organisations benefiting so far. The question is, when is the sports park development likely to see sporting activities or community use, as it has been 16 years since council purchased the land for a sports park precinct? In the council tender documents, to lease the land for growing cane, it states, the parcel offered for an initial term lease is currently in excess of council's requirements. I was then advised by council that, referring to the sports park precinct, and I quote, the wording for the purpose of cane farming in the resolution was to save the effort of clubs applying for tender when the use was not deemed complementary to the precinct. My question, the sports park precinct has been leased for growing cane to prevent the private clubs from tendering to lease or use the land for sporting and recreational purposes. How much revenue has been received to date, July 28, 2006, for the successful cane farmers who acquired the land a year ago? A little bit of history. My question. The original proposed sports park was owned by council at Carlo Drive in Canberra. It was deemed too small for a sports park and was sold as industrial box 17 years ago. What happened to the surplus $3.1 million plus interest retained by council in reserves for the development of this current precinct that was surplus after the purchase of the new sports precinct from the sale of the industrial land in Carlo Drive, Canberra? Question. Council built a public general aviation terminal at the Whitsunday Coast Airport near the Aero Club. Unfortunately, it's never been opened to the public. The council please advise why the general aviation terminal was built, but apparently was never intended to be open to the public, and who has occupied the terminal, and what revenue has council received from the occupants of the terminal. As regards hangars, council thought that hangars would be better built in Bowen than in Proserpine. They were never built in Bowen anyway. The general aviation demand for hangars is in the southern area of our region, with local planes now occupying most of the 18 hangars at Lakeside Airport near Bloomsbury. Question. When will the long-awaited proposed general aviation hangars be built at Whitsunday Coast Airport? That have already been designed and have already been priced. The Lakeside Airport can build 18 hangars and profit from them with reasonable rental. Why can't council build hangars that are in demand that would be filled with local planes immediately with the general aviation terminal that is already built and waiting to be used? Thank you so much for listening to my questions. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Rojan. Without speaking for the CEO, I'm assuming you will receive the questions, take them on notice and provide a response, Rojan. I do thank you that there are some items that are quite timely and relevant in there, and I do acknowledge your former standing within council, and there's always, as a mayor, there's always things that you find out that you didn't know before, and I've found some things out today, Rojan, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right, I think that's it. Got nothing else from the public gallery, so we'll move to item number 10 on our agenda, which is committee reports. There are no committee reports for consideration. So 11.9, I'll now ask Mr CEO to explain the reasons that these items cannot be considered today.
Mr Mayor, 11.4 is a development application at Lot 3, Ridgeview Road, Cannonvale. The applicants have stopped the clock in relation to that, and they have advised of that, which means that we actually stop the clock and we don't proceed. So that application has been withdrawn from this agenda. The second item is 11.9, Code of Conduct. We have been trying to obtain further consultation in relation to the Code of Conduct, particularly with our various union groups. We're continuing to do that. We wish to take a bit more time to ensure that they have adequate time to respond in relation to that. So we'll withdraw that, and I'd like to bring that back to the next meeting in August.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Okay, we'll move into our officers' reports, agenda item 11, first 11.1, which is the development permit for reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 9 lots at Allen Road, Conway. Can I have a mover in Councillor Finlay and second in Councillor Wright? Matthew, would you like to speak through the report, please?
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors. So a few applications to go through this morning. Apologies for turning my back because I flipped to the screen. So the first one is the Allen Road subdivision down in Conway. So the slide here just shows the block of land in question, which is in between a rural residential enclave. Looking at the zoning map on the screen, we can see rural residential land to the left and to the right of the proposed lot. Important to note as well that we have the Conway National Park in dark green at the rear of the land as well. So the proposed subdivision is a range of lot sizes, the lowest just above 4,000 square metres and the largest just above 12 hectares. We can see the proposal plan up on the screen there. Key matters, it is a rural subdivision on rural zone land, so there are conflicts with council's planning scheme when there are subdivisions on rural land. Importantly, what council officers have looked at here is the missing tooth being in between two rural residential zone blocks of land. The other item for consideration in this matter is that Allen Road is an unsealed road at the moment, and the proposal is to upgrade Allen Road to a sealed road. At the bottom of the screen there, we note that there's already 33 lots on Allen Road that are using it, so it's a significant public benefit in Allen Road being upgraded. Quick summary, so there are the conflicts with the rural zone and ag land being rural zone land, but we have identified other relevant matters that do weigh in favour of supporting this proposal. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from the floor? Anyone like to speak to the matter? Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, I support this one. I know being in a rural zone under 100 hectares, normally the officers don't come with a recommendation with surrounding rural res. I can see where you support this one, Matt, and also support the contribution to do the road. I think it's a significant community benefit. I know it's only a small parcel, but it goes a long way in the future, you know, dust suppression and whatever the complaints we get as council, so I support it today.
Councillor Phillip.
Yeah, likewise, Mr Mayor, as Officer Matt just said, you know, it's the missing tooth. There's already rural lots down there, rural res lots and everything like that, and the big contribution is the road, Mr Mayor, so how good is that?
Councillor Collins, would you like to speak?
I'd like to ask a question, but I don't think I can ask in an open meeting, that's unfortunate, but yeah. Can we transfer this to confidential and come back out after, or no? I just want to ask a question, and I know I don't want to ask a question in an open meeting. I mean, I support it, but I want to ask a question, that's all, but I don't think I can.
So it is in open business, so what's the reason for not being able to ask the question in open business?
If there's another development happening up there, and are they going to be making a contribution to the roads?
So regarding related development application, so I don't think, can you give me some advice on that one?
I think if we ask a more general question to the planner in relation to it, to Matt, I would just ask the question. Obviously, if this one was to be approved as per the conditions that are in play, a new application was lodged on a different parcel, what would be the general approach for it? And secondly, for those applications which have already been approved in the past, what might be appropriate? That may give you some general advice in relation to it.
Yeah, I'm thinking of future
ones?
current developments, if that's happened sort of thing, you know, that they're going to be asked to make a contribution to the roads.
Happy to take questions on that basis, Mr Mayor. So for future applications that come potentially forward on Elm Road, it's important to think of the road in the context of when it's actually upgraded. So this approval is the first step in the journey of seeing Elm Road upgraded, but approvals don't necessarily mean they will be acted on. So it's really only at the time and place that the road is actually upgraded to that standard that we would then look at it like any other road in the region, how it's come to be at the required standard. If another development proposal comes along, we look at the existing conditions of the roadway, it's compliant, then the development just proceeds through with no questions asked on the roadway. If it's before that point in time, then we'll still need to consider making sure that there's a mechanism in any future approval to also make sure that the right obligations to the roadway are secured. We do hope that this development proposal goes through with all approvals we do. I hope they do go through, but it's not always the case.
Thank you.
To answer your question to some degree, Councillor Collins. Thank you. Any further discussion regarding the item? Have the resolution up on there, thank you. Okay, the motion that council approve the application for development application for development application for a development permit reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 9 lots made by TM Macmillan and I can't see it, Mardides Developments at Allen Road, Conway, subject to conditions outlined in the attachments. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to item 11.2, development application for a material change of use, dwelling house, 47 Elphinstone Street in Bowen. I have a mover in Councillor Simpson, seconder in Councillor Collins. Manager Toomey, would you like to speak to the matter, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So yes, we do have an application for a dwelling house proposal. What has triggered it has been coastal hazard overlay planning scheme at 41 Elphinstone Street here in Bowen. Up on the screen there we can see the subject property and we can see the key overlay subject to this application is the coastal hazard overlay. A brief snapshot of the background, it is an existing building, so there has been building approval granted and the dates are put on the screen. There was conditions in that building approval for a finished floor level of 4.22 metres to be provided. As coming back through the finals to complete this proposal, the survey certificates identified that it's been built at 4.18 metres, so below the requirement for building approval, and that's what's brought forward this application to council. So looking at the screen there, we can see in blue, that is the coastal hazard overlay as we mentioned, and that area is what's called a wave run-up area. So the key matters, being below the finished floor level height draws conflict with council's planning scheme. So to go through that process, council sought to get site-specific modelling or detailed information to narrow in on the issue and to put forward the case for a reduced finished floor level. A report was provided. It was more of a desktop assessment by ICM coastal specialists. So that was reviewed by council. It was not accepted at a technical level because it was more of a high-level desktop assessment. At the bottom of the screen there we note that council's done extensive work on the coastal hazards in the region, importantly narrowing in on Bowen. The council's got several adopted bodies of work there that really draw into the issue, which has informed council's planning requirements. So they are very robust, detailed studies that council has adopted. So looking at the matter, because the information provided hasn't overcome council's existing material, we do have a recommendation for refusal. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Mayor.
I'll start off with a question. So how does a dwelling get constructed like this? Like it's a well-known builder there. Was there some sort of difference in when they started the project and the flood mapping information versus when they started the project versus updated flooding information? I'm just trying to understand, is it a construction defect or do we understand what's occurred there?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So, without having specific knowledge on the circumstances, it led to what is known as the council's levels that are already existing that have come from that body of work made their way into that building approval. So that's why the building approval has council's level as the required floor level. Can't speak to the specifics that happen during construction. All we know is that when it's come to the end, to get the survey certificate to get the sign off, it's been identified as being below. I wouldn't allude to anything that's happened. No direct familiarity to the process.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you, through the chair. Just in regards to this, I do think this was an honest mistake by the builder, and obviously mistakes happen and it can be quite costly. Just in regards to this, and thank you for sending through the coastal engineering report. I think that was quite good to read. Just looking at that though, it did say there that there's a metre freeboard because I think you said that it was 4.22 the finished floor level, and it has to be relevant to a point, I believe. So to get that finished floor level, what is it relating to, I suppose, that's my question. But in the report that it is saying that there is a metre freeboard, less the 40 mils, but I would be confident, and just knowing the area, like knowing that it backs onto Flagstaff Hill, knowing that the majority of our storms and cyclones come from the north, and to the front, it's a bay. The wave run-up will be very minimal, I believe, but just looking at the surroundings and just reading the report, I'm going to be voting against the refusal today.
Happy to answer the question about the metre, Mr. Mayor. So just on the metre level, so the storm tide level without any wave run-up is 3.22. The metre is because of the waves that protrude into the coast, and it's a 200 metre sort of push into the coast where that wave energy will come in. That increases that height, so it's not just flat water that's sitting there, it's a wave coming in that's basically up to that metre. So that reporting that council's adopted basically is applied. If you're within that zone, you come up the extra metre because you get the waves that are actually pushing into the coast. You don't just get flat, still water sitting there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm no coastal engineer or anything like that, and I'm not disputing the technical aspects of this application with the 4.22 and everything like that, but when you go out there and you have a look at the dune that's in front of the ocean to the first street there, it's pretty high. I mean, I'd be interested to see what the level of that dune is compared to this block of land. And if there was such a wave action, as Councillor Michelle was saying, it's probably, yeah, you'd nearly have to have what do you call it, tsunami or something like that to come in through there and get over that dune to get up there. It's going to get battered by the dune pretty well. But I guess the question around this is if we do approve this, and I'm not sure it's our expertise here, Mr. Mayor, is from an insurance point of view for these people that own this block of land, and I guess, is there any way or any need for something to be on a title so that, I mean, I just don't want, you know, if council approves this, I don't want any litigation come back to council when if something happens in the future. It seems, you know, 40 mil, when you look at it, think, it's nothing. But yeah, like, to be honest with you, but just from a legal side of things, I don't know, Mr. CEO, like to comment on that side of things?
So obviously we have a set where we have a height, which is what we're after in relation to it. If a council, and they're entitled to make a call in relation to that, if you did make a call that to approve this, but I think it would be recommending to put a note on title or a note on property that clearly articulates that difference going forward. Doesn't remove any legal liability, but it probably provides opportunity in terms of notification to the owners.
Another question then, probably maybe Matt. I know you're not a builder. No, maybe. So if we don't approve this relaxation, what does the applicant have to do? Do they have to unbolt because it's a steel frame building? I guess they'd have to unbolt it and put another 40 mil slab on it, or I don't know, floor or something like that. Any ideas on that? What they would have to do to rectify it?
So yes, correctly noted, no building experience and wouldn't want to suggest things outside my sphere of knowledge, but it would require doing rework to the property to increase slab height or to do other forms of options that are available to actually lift the flooring up, and there would be definitely a cost associated with going back and doing that rework, but wouldn't want to suggest to you exactly what that would be. It would need to be a builder to actually come forward and suggest those matters.
Yeah, look, my concerns are purely around the liability as well, and I think there's two sides to it. Like, I think if you've got a reputable builder, they have their insurance, so that there's no reason that they can't go back through that insurance to rectify these issues. I wouldn't feel so, and I think the nature of the house, look, it's not rebuilding a complete dwelling. I think there would be something they could do there. There's obviously a significant cost attached, but yeah, I guess my concern is what does our liability look like for approving something that we know is non-compliant. So, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate getting the report and reading through it. I think the applicant's done the right thing and gone to the experts. It's just the level of confidence we have in that desktop assessment. I agree with Michelle. I still think cyclones can come from anywhere, but this is relatively open to the southeast, even with Stone Island. There's a 200 metre zone and we have a 1 metre freeboard right across that, and they are right on that inside limit of that 200. So that's the kind of weird thing, is that if you were a few more metres away, the freeboard would go back to our 300 and 400 freeboards. So they're just within this zone. But I think there's an option of the expense of a physical build or the expertise being brought forward that gives council the confidence that in this particular situation that liability and hazard is avoided. So I think there's a couple of options here. My concern remains is that if we make those sort of decisions around this table when we know we have some really strong reports there and some, you know, risks in right along our coastal area, but especially in Bowen, I'd like to see, you know, the personal safety of the residents and the properties put at the highest.
Councillor.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, Matt, just with this though, like, I thought the report was pretty good, but obviously I'm not technical in any way, but what more do you actually want to see? Because I thought this was quite relatable to the property that we're talking about here. So, and it has been done by a coastal engineer. So how does this actually fall back on us when an engineer has actually written this report?
Thank you for the question. So the thing on the liability is, yes, it's been an engineer put it forward, but council still actually has to make the decision. And there are obviously disclaimers at the bottom of that report as well. The key thing that council's been looking at here to try and move this through is to get a better confidence in the modelling that's been used to support the assumptions in the report. When you actually break down the assumptions used, you want to know the technical basis behind those. And that's obviously where a desktop assessment becomes something far more involved, and the cost of that reporting will undoubtedly go up significantly as well. So that's that level of reporting and confidence that we want to receive to be able to assess and become comfortable to go below. And it's similar to if there's flooding on a property. It's not that you can't go below council's flooding and flood models. A detailed flood modelling is done and provided to councillors and checked. And where those things all tick off the technical basis, then for a flooding matter, yes, you can go below, but it's because a complete hydraulic model has been done by the companies for it.
Okay, further discussion on the item, Councillor Simpson?
Moved it. I think, yeah, I support the officer's recommendation. I realise it's only 40 mil, but at the end of the day, I've got to have support in what our officers have recommended because of insurance and liability issues. These people could, whoever they are, could sell the building tomorrow and move on knowing that there's issues with it, and it could be, you know, it's not here and now, it could be 10, 20, 50 years down the track. Opens up a real can of worms, so I'll support the officer's recommendation.
Can I have the motion, please? Okay, the motion that council refuse the application, development application for development permit material change of use, dwelling house, coastal overlay made by DA Sands and CP Sands, located at 47 Elphinstone Street, Bowen, for the reasons listed per the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 5-2.
Can that be recorded, please?
Can we record as a division? Councillor Clifford, Collins, Bowman, Collins, Simpson for the motion, Councillor Finlay and Wright against.
What about by the whole division, Mr. Mayor?
She's anyone's entitled to call for a division, and
okay.
I think it stands, doesn't it? So, yeah. Okay, we'll move to item 11.3. That's right here. Development permit for material change of use, nature-based tourism, 117 Parker Road, Cannonvale. Move Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Simpson. Manager Toomey, would you like to speak to your report, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we do have a proposal, just get the other one up. We do have a proposal for nature-based tourism. Just confirming the report is the nature-based tourism report, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
So, lead off, so we do have a proposal for nature-based tourism, a proposal at the end of Parker Road. The application has come forward for the use of existing structures on the property to be used for nature-based tourism use, which basically uses the natural environment around the property at the end of Parker Road that extends up into the national park. There's extensive walking trails, rock pools and the like that property takes natural advantage of. That provides a unique user experience for a limited number of guests, which has been proposed. Thank you, Taylor. So looking at the screen, you can see the property that I'm talking about and how it pushes up into the hills and behind. It is a split zone property, so at the front is low density residential, at the rear is rural, and basically that border is where the cleared areas at the bottom extend up into the hills or vegetation behind. So the proposal, we can see there on the screen are the different structures and other activities that are happening on site. So there is also limited cattle grazing and other supporting agricultural structures on the site as well at the moment. and we can see off to the right the location of some of the nature-based trails and the like that are on the property as well, and the existing accommodation building and caretakers residents on site as well. So those are the only structures and activities that form part of this proposal. It's not for any other events or the like that's come forward for assessment. So we can see that on the left there, there's been a series of operational management plans, property management plans, code of conducts, and also emergency management plans that have been put forward to control the activity on site as well. So the key matters, nature-based tourism, look not typically envisaged in the low-density residential zone, but I think we'll appreciate this isn't your normal low-density residential block, and those unique characteristics definitely weigh in favour of supporting this type of proposal, notwithstanding the zoning. Another matter worth mentioning is that the sections of Parker Road that extend into the property are unsealed. We've unpacked the low number of users proposed to stay, or guests proposed to stay at the property against the typical dwellings number of vehicle movements, and we see that there'll be less vehicle movements from this proposal rather than more. Therefore, there's not an intensification of use on Parker Road, so we haven't put forward conditions for Parker Road to be upgraded. So, summary up there on the screen, and our recommendation to council is approval subject to conditions. Happy to take any questions this morning.
Questions? Councillor
Thank you, through the chair. Just a statement, I think we're always encouraging more land-based sort of tourism, and yeah, it's just something extra that we've got, so I think this is great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We speak into a question. I've read the submission that came in. I agree with some of it, that it is urban land for part of the lot, but as Matt has touched on with Parker Road and also the capacity of Parker Road further up, I don't think we would see these lots turned into residential small lots very soon, or that it would stop this in the long term. I think when you see that it's rural res right next to it, it's rural behind and into the national park, this is one of those pockets, and we've seen these sort of little bits where you get the sea views from the hills often have these houses on larger lots. We have seen that transfer at Yachtsman's Parade, where it's infilled with residential development in front of it. But also I've spoken to the applicants and they understand the conditions that are on this and they're happy with those conditions. I also see that there is the on-site manager, so there's still residential use on-site and employment creation there. So I think I agree with the officer's report and say that this is sort of a special block, whether it was appropriately zoned, at the time, but it's right on that cusp of many different things. So I think it has a variety of uses available. I think this is one I'll support. Thanks.
Matthew, just from me, supporting the application, but just I think probably the thing that stood out to me is the potential around short-term accommodation. We've obviously spoken a lot about that in the last 12 months. So I'd just like to understand how council will enforce the distinction between this genuine nature-based tourism and the potential for short-term accommodation that may rise in the future. And then also just, and I haven't got across the conditions completely, but just confirmation that those conditions expressly prohibit noisy endeavours, doof festivals. I think we've got a bit of commentary around that at the moment. Outdoor amplified entertainment, music, that sort of type thing, because it is in that low residential area.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So the conditions of approval do require all the nature-based activities that have been put forward to remain available for every single guest booking. It is a critical part of the nexus between it being nature-based tourism use and the activities that every guest has available every time they book and stay at the property. So that's a condition of approval, and that requires council to maintain enforcement. Should we become aware that there's ads all like going up there and all the nature-based tourism stuff has dropped away, that enables it to be dealt with through a compliance matter. For the other activities that are happening on site, for the operation of making sure that it's a sensible use of the land, to not be noisy or the other things that you mentioned there, the extensive operational management plans and other plans that have been put in deal with the control of all those matters, and it's taking a lead a little bit from the way in which we've already developed short-term accommodation control of properties by bringing forward those management plans. A similar approach has been used, notwithstanding this is nature-based tourism.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I support the officer's recommendation here. It's pleasing to see an approval. I think it's a great initiative to have this so close to town, bordering on the Conway National Park. We're so lucky in our region to have some of these assets so close to the beach and some land-based opportunities for people rather than the islands and the reef, and I think it's a great initiative and support it totally.
Close us off, please.
Yeah, just one more question too, relative to some of the concerns in the submission, is about the safety management plan with the causeways there and the bushfire overlays. If you could just talk to us about how considered they are.
Yes, happy to touch on that, Councillor Bowman. So the emergency management plan has come forward to support how to deal with the property in times of bad weather or bushfires or whatever it might be. And the approach is that the property close and it will not be open for guests should any of these events be happening. Should they be more immediate, there's other more immediate controls in the emergency management plan that you'd appreciate any other tourism operator would also have, so it's maintaining that standard to ensure that guest safety is paramount should any of these events happen in the region.
Thank you. Will you make up there, please, Taylor? Okay, the motion that council approve the application development permit material change of use nature-based tourism made by B&J Ferdinand, located at 117 Parker Road, Cannonvale, subject to conditions outlined in the attachment. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, so I'll just reiterate again, item 11.4 on our agenda was withdrawn from the from today's meeting. So we will. That concludes our development applications. Thank you, Matthew.
What about the supplementary, Mr. Mayor?
So sorry that is, but yeah, we'll handle that in. We've got that into the end of. Yeah, we cleaned that at the end of ordinary business. So, yeah, just for sequencing. So,
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move that up to.
Up to now?
Yep.
Anyone else have any objections to that? I'm comfortable with that, if that's what you want to do. Okay, we don't need to vote on that, we can just bring it up, can't we? So, yep. All right, just give me a second, please, Councillor Fenley. So we will. I think John's seen all of the papers that I got in front of me, and he.
Just get you shuffle around, isn't it?
Just get me the.
Just ideal, we've got Matt here, and he's done an excellent job with that.
No, fair point. Okay, so we're talking, it is 11.15, isn't it? So, yep.
Move to 11.
So we will suspend the standing orders and move to item 11.15, if I can ever find it. Oh yes, there's a tab for it, isn't there? All good. Got 3 lots of paperwork here, so. Okay, can I have a mover? And move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Fenley. Manager Toomey, would you like to speak to the report? I'll just announce the title again, sorry. Item 11.15, development application for development permit, reconfiguring lot 1 into 4 at lot 7 Shoot Harbour Road, Cannonvale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just put that one up on the screen. So yes, 1 into 4 Central Avenue, lodged by lot 7 Shoot Harbour Road, right through the middle. The subject site is the last of the commercial, major commercial lots in dark blue that extend from where Central Avenue has begun, and this will link Central Avenue all the way back around to Shoot Harbour Road and develop 4 additional lots on this parcel of land. We can see on the screen here the proposal plan where we bring Central Avenue back around, continuing the 22 metre wide road reserve to extend back around. and we can see the proposed lot sizes on the plan and also up on the screen, well in excess of the minimum lot size of 400 square metres that the plan scheme requires in that zone. A key matter for this application is that bringing Central Avenue back around to Shoot Harbour Road requires another intersection. We can see the approved TMR intersection up on the screen, which is bringing it into the Fairweather road on the other side of Shoot Harbour Road. It is important to note that this signalised intersection in this location does align with Council's recently adopted policy as well. So, very short summary there. Generally, or very non-controversial commercial subdivision. Very typical conditions of approval recommended, and our recommendation to council is for approval.
So Clifford, would you like to speak to the item at all?
No.
Sorry, Councillor Finlay, you second. Did you want to speak? I'll let you speak first. It's fine.
Just a question about infrastructure charges, and I do really understand how that works, but it's just interesting when you get a commercial development, size of that, and the lack of infrastructure charges that we actually able to charge. Any comments?
Thank you for the question, and it is a good question. So the way the infrastructure charges are calculated for commercial land is basically on what is the accepted development rights the land acquires. So you basically use a formula that the council's adopted infrastructure charges policy requires, and I understand that's later on council's agenda for an update to that as well. And what it requires is basically the nominated land use when you do a subdivision that attracts a charge. So any other proposal that would come along on that land will require a development proposal to come forward, be it your BCFs, your Harvey Norman, your super cheats. They will have to get planning approval of council and receive their infrastructure charge for the size of their development. But the only land uses that could go forward and not need approval from council are those that have the low charges. So essentially a domestic charge, which is why the charge does seem quite low for a commercial development. But it's not that other commercial uses could go in there and not need approval from council. That's the key distinction.
So that's the reason why the residential dwelling code was used. Okay. Yeah. Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for everybody else out there, footpaths, because it's a really hot issue, particularly around 4802, is the quantity and quality and width of footpaths. Would you like to enlighten us on that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Clifford. So yes, footpaths are conditioned as part of standard conditions on Central Avenue, footpaths on both sides of the road. Following some discussion on this application as well, there is a condition for a 3 metre wide footpath to join into the footpath that finishes the Albury Park Drive along the Shoot Harbour Road corridor as well. So you'll see in the conditions of approval that 3 metre wide footpath is in there, but it's important to note that to get approval to build a footpath on the state controlled road network is approval from TMR, not from council.
Councillor.
Thank you. I do note that footpath is in the principal cycle network, so it is a TMR approved pathway, but I certainly support us getting better active transport networks within that busy area. Probably for me, I think everyone knows support a better improved shopping district and that employment creating land being opened up. The intersection is between TMR and the developer. Probably my concern is the Fairweather Avenue that is a temporary link and South Mole Boulevard, which I don't know if you picked it up in the previous slide, but in the earlier days when they approved it, it was a wider road reserve. The newer planning scheme hierarchy reduced that road width and that road reserve. We already have issues with parking and rat running through there. So I'm just wondering, in relation to council and the ratepayers, what's with a major intersection going there? Are we going to, have the possibility of a road hierarchy upgrade that would then, come down to a widening of a significant extent of road? And also, how do we deal with that undersized Fairweather Avenue connection over the long term? Thank you.
context there, the adopted growth corridor network plan for this area has identified an increase in capacity at Fair Weather at this stage, but it's not seen as being needed for the network, if that changes. So at this stage, the functionality of Fair Weather is not proposed to change with our current document.
Okay, further discussion on the item? Okay, we'll make a motion, please. Motion the council approves the development application for development permit reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 4, located at lot 7 Shute Harbour Road, subject to the conditions outlined in the attachment. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, we'll go back. Thank you. I think we're done with development now. Thank you, Matthew. We'll go back to item 11.5, please, which is donations, sponsorships and grants approved, June 2026. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Bowman.
Good morning. The sponsorship grants donation report for the month of June saw a number of applications be approved, which is very exciting. A great number of our junior athletes coming in there, and some community events, including the Collinsville Bacon Bar as well. We also saw, most notably for the month of June, the endorsement of Council's new community support policy come in. Three of the key takeaways from that obviously was that funding would be allocated by 3 competitive rounds, and that organisations are generally only able to have 2 approvals in the financial year, and that our junior athletes were rebranded and expanded to include not only athletic adventures, but also academic pursuits as well as that state, national and international level. Any questions?
Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor, and for tomorrow, so director, whichever way we're going to go there, it doesn't matter. So just in relation to first one, sorry, the approved sport and recreation club grant application, so which is all good. So for the 2027, that's not under the competitiveness of the application. You've just got to submit an application for that.
Yes.
And I guess will we be having any communications going to our sporting clubs?
Absolutely.
Yep, that this grant is available. Apply. However, yeah, it does count towards the 2 applications for the year.
Yes.
Yeah. And just clarify that, Mr Mayor. 2 applications. So if they apply for this and they apply for a rates donation, is that for 2?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, all good. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, just curious about that. How the clubs get advised to apply for this.
Sure, communication and engagement was undertaken with the clubs and repeat applicants that we've seen over the years prior to the 1st of July. Emails were sent out. We have done a lot of work on our website and reworked all of the guidelines. We've created fact sheets for each of the individual programs. And we are looking at tweaking some possible changes in our guidelines just to make it clearer and easier. I'll probably refer to more of that in the next month's report.
Okay.
And just come back to you about the Smarty grants as well, because that's been a really positive outcome for clubs and us to be able to facilitate and track those grants as well.
Excellent.
Tamara, just noting there was overspend for the year on the Sport and Rec Club grants, and I guess the balance of the other unspent funds wasn't enough to cover, so to speak. So just trying to understand what area was pulled from to make up the shortfall, so to speak. So.
That's fine. So there was a change in some of the community events that were being held under the community function. So obviously the lack of funding spent in those events were used to fund the shortfall of the grants. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Tamara. I saw the Early Beach Men's Shed snuck in on the very back of the grants there and got through for this financial year. So I appreciate seeing you manage that in a short time frame. Probably for me, yeah, a lot of the groups have been very happy with Smarty grants. I think that does go forward. I do see there's considerable spend here, but this is the end of financial year where I think a lot of people will come through. Probably very positive about the new webpage and the fact sheets. The one thing I'm still trying to do is maybe if all those fact sheets could come into one summary, because we've got the fact sheets that break down everything, but not when somebody is sort of entering blind as to which pigeonhole suits them. So that's probably either in a fact sheet or through there, but I think people just trying to find which grant is the right one rather than having to read those multiple fact sheets would be something I'd like to take forward. Thank you.
That's right. Finish off, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Tamara, just, I guess with the junior elite athletes being rebranded now, there was a lot of interest from the schools, particularly when Tournament of the Minds and different academic things were on the table for students to attend. Just to get that out there, and maybe that might be something for Greg and Cons, whether we can just get that out there to say that this incorporates a wider umbrella, just to make the public aware. Is that something that we might look into?
Absolutely, yeah. So I've been working with the Comms team, and there is a schedule of comms to come out regarding various different programs and pathways that they can apply. So definitely working with the schools.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, the motion that council note the Sport and Rec Club grant applications, the financial support for junior elite athlete grant applications, donations, in-kind donations, sponsorships and donation on council fees for the month of June 2026 as identified in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.6, the policy framework. I'll move this one. I second Councillor Clifford. Director Paddy, you want to talk us through this one, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a proposed new policy framework for council. This framework provides a contemporary and principle-based approach to policy setting. The policy framework has been through the policy working group within council and is supported by a companion procedure that outlines operational requirements, workflows and responsibilities. Adoption of the policy framework will support improved governance, risk management, legislative compliance and decision-making consistency across council. And also I will add that hopefully there will be a lot more simpler and easily to read for council and staff. A full training program will be introduced to all council staff in due course to support the rollout of the framework.
Yeah, obviously being supportive of continued improvement in our policy space. I think it was an area we needed to make sure that we put some work into this year, and this I think is probably the starting point for all that will flow. I think the transition in the format itself will help make things a little bit more in plain English for people to be able to pick up and read. And I think the other thing that we've spoken a lot about is that distinction between council policies and the administrative policies, and I think that's really important because these should be our tools, our strategic tools that give us the power to do things that we want to do, and the strategic initiatives we want to pursue. There's a couple of little things I just want to question there. I know these are the type of things that you can wordsmith and go over, but I think I guess what constitutes a non-material change and who gets to make that determination. I'd like to query the term early counsellor involvement where applicable, maybe being too discretionary. The other one was the status of the companion procedure as far as how that will complement this, because it is referenced specifically in the document. So.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of non-material administrative change, we'll be looking at things like formatting or a little bit of basic clarity change. It wouldn't be anything that changes the principle or what the expectations are of the policy with council. That's what we sort of talked about in the policy working group. What was your second question, sorry?
So it was just as far as it referenced early councillor involvement where applicable, and I think one of the things I was really trying to achieve through this was that we rather than the policies just lobbing up on ordinary council meeting day and, you know, vote this in, that we're more actively involved in that process.
Thank you, Mayor. It's very much around anything that affects council, and it is a council policy. We'll be going through the working group, and then my view is they'll be coming through a briefing. So that everybody should be aware of what is going on. If you feel that the policy framework needs to have that more clearly stated, we can amend that to make that clear.
You've just said in an
Excellent.
open meeting, that's fine.
Thank you. And the companion procedure. The companion procedure is the one that will help officers implement the council policy. That companion procedure will also go through at this stage for information through the policy working group, so they're aware of it. And should there be anything in particular that is concerning through that policy working group, noting that there are representative councillors on that working group, that I'm sure those issues, if there are any, would be raised there.
Thanks. Probably just for me as saw that wording, I think it's the different sort of guidelines and procedures that are in the background and sometimes being raised. Probably the one thing for me is the visibility of the operational policies. So it's the councillors who are ultimately responsible for all of council, and as Brian touched on, the policies are one of our limited powers, but also I understand the benefits of these things being able to change with council. I just think that it needs to be a visibility for the elected members as to what policies council has in place. So I understand the separation of strategic policies on the website, but even though we're delegating this way, I think there needs to be a visibility and transparency.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Anyone else like to speak to the item? I'll just round out. I think this is a great first step. Good policy framework should make our responsibilities clearer, and it also help to ensure that our policies remain current and I guess aligned with the strategic interests of the council of the day, to focus on matters that generally require our direction and strategic guidance. So thank you. The motion, the council adopts the policy framework as presented, attached at 11.6.1, and delegate the authority to the CEO to approve non-material administrative changes to the policy framework that will not impact the intent or application of the policy framework. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried. Okay. Moving to item 11.7, infrastructure charges resolutions number 1, 2026. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Collins. Mr. CEO, you're going to speak to this one, are you?
I think Paul's outside doing some other things, but I'll take this one. So this is a fairly process approach. We are basically increasing the charge as per the regulations allow us to. Every year they give us the new increase in relation to that. So this takes us to the maximum charge. So there's no real change to the infrastructure mechanisms behind the scenes, it's just the charge. And it's important for us to maximise that charge on a regular basis. It's fair to say that Council, in doing the work that we're required to do, is substantially more than that charge. So therefore keeping it at its maximum is desired.
Anyone want to speak to them?
Thank you. Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, probably I agree with getting us through on the numbers. It has been probably a year since I raised looking into this further. I know other years we've done multiple changes of this document, but I think getting the maximum return, my concern has just been with those percentages. You know, the way that we break it down between, we know transport and roads is a huge cost to council. We're limiting ourselves there. We know our parks and open spaces are a big part of the region. That 3% is far less than any other council I've seen. I also know water and sewer has a significant cost as well, but that is a benefit where those costs are traded. So I will support this today, but again, I'd like to see us revisit the entire document. Obviously, we're in a long process with our LGIP, which is what this feeds into, understanding our future network, and I'd like to see that reflected back into this document so we're maximising the limited funds we have. Thanks.
I will note, Councillor Bowman, I do recall you bringing this up previously, so yeah, I think obviously the increase is important to be able to get this into the system, but agree that, you know, after a period of time we probably need to look at that as well. Councillor Finlay?
Mr Mayor, fully support the recommendation, you know, and the requirement of these infrastructure charges that we have to support our infrastructure, both water, sewage, roads, and our parks. So probably more of a financial question through to the director of Director Paddy, and probably a little bit in relation to another report coming up later on in today's agenda. So when we do collect these infrastructure charges, and we're saying that 30% for water, 20% for sewage, do we contain this whole amount as a reserve in LGIP, as a whole I guess it's in the general fund, or do we, when we get our $30,000 in, do we split the pie up and put so much over to LGIP water, LGIP sewage, and if it is that way, do we include it in a separate reserve in, say, LGIP reserve for water?
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Finlay. We do not split the percentages in the LGIP fund itself. It is in there, and what normally happens is the water and waste do look at their forward program as to what's required in certain areas in that trunk infrastructure out of LGIP.
So in that case, if it was identified as water main or sewage main, we would then transfer some funds out of the LGIP reserve, the general fund, over into the water or sewage fund.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
So just quickly for me, just obviously it talks to the funding shortfall in the LGIP forecast. Just trying to understand what does that gap look like, taking into account the 3.7% increase. I know you probably don't have exact figures, but just a broad understanding on it. Yeah, that'd be good.
So what an LGIP funds is in relation to water capital works, sewage capital works, new community land, and also parks and parks embellishments. As we know in the regions and with our capital program, over the last few years we've experienced an increase in percentages well in excess of 3.7%. That's the maximum we're allowed to actually increase it by, which highlights that those projects and our ability to get as much from our LGIPs paying for is actually on the decline. There's a constant push forward, particularly from the regions, but for probably all councils in Queensland, that we need to ensure that the LGIP percentage is continuing to grow, and desiringly it should be growing by the construction costs and the real cost of doing the infrastructure. At this stage, that's 3.7 is all we're allowed to increase by, so we'll take it to the maximum at this stage. But over time, we are actually getting a shortfall in terms of what it's actually costing us to do our construction projects.
Just got a subsequent question, is that all right? And I'll come to you. Yeah. So I guess just knowing we've got that gap and that they are a constrained reserve, the interest being made on that constrained capital reserve, is that actually returned to the LGIP, or is that just left in the general fund? Okay, that's what
Sorry, it's for you, Mayor. It's not contained in LGIP, and it goes into the general fund.
Councillor Clifford, sorry, Councillor.
Thank you, through you to the CEO or Paddy. What would you like to see the percentage increase at so that we're not going backwards, that we're actually breaking even? Is there a magic number? Just curious.
Mr Mayor, it's probably not a magic number, but I suppose the issue is we have a construction index that's actually produced most years. I'm not sure it has come out this year, which gives us a good feel in relation to it. I think all councils are desiring that it would be more closer to the construction index than probably the CPI. We're not buying eggs, bread and milk, we're buying steel and concrete and various things, so that would be our preference. In saying that, there was a conscious decision some time ago to actually have a yearly increase, and we are definitely in support of that yearly increase going forward. And obviously, you know, we're working with the development industry to try and ensure we can get some of this infrastructure built either by ourselves or by the developer at the best possible way as well.
Yeah, probably a question to the both engineer and Paddy as well. So in relation to the LGIP or transport, so if we've got a community facility and there's a road put towards it, would the LGIP or the transport be able to be used for such a purpose?
So LGIP generally deals with trunk infrastructure, that infrastructure which is servicing a greater part of the region in relation to it. So the trunk infrastructure is also required to be demonstrated and put into the LGIP documentation. So if a particular thing was part of the LGIP and adopted as part of the process, then you have some opportunity, but it does need to be trunk and it doesn't need to be in the LGIP. So there's probably some limitations on the one I think you're thinking of.
Change things, can't we? Okay, any other questions on this one?
Just make a comment, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just in support of Councillor Bowman. Not every day I'll support some of Councillor Clay's stuff, but yeah, with the percentages here, I think the vast majority of our developments are in the rural res, and it's pleasing to see a strategic planner on board, so maybe our rural residential strategy can sort of be put back on the table again, but yeah, a lot of our developments, water and sewer, are not relevant too, so something's transport and parks and gardens, so maybe it is time to look at the percentages there. I think would benefit the whole community as a whole more if there was more money in parks and gardens. Just a thought. Thanks for bringing that up, Clay.
Anything further? Okay, the motion that council adopt the infrastructure charges resolutions number 1 2026 is attached to 11.7.1 and rescind the infrastructure charges resolutions number 1 2025 attachment 11.7.2 are put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. I'll note the time is 10:33. Morning tea? Yes. Yep. Okay, I'll move to adjourn for morning tea at 10:33 a.m. All in favour?
Yeah.
Carried 6-1.
He wants to bump up the financials.
Correct, Amanda. Your job about here.
Okay, welcome back everyone. We'll resume today's ordinary council meeting at 11:06 a.m. Our next item on today's agenda is item 11.8, the sole supplier listing 26-27. The mover in Councillor Collins, second Councillor Wright. Director Paddy, would you like to speak through your report, please?
Mr. Mayor, before I present the report, I'd like to draw Council's attention to a proposed amendment to the officer recommendation relating to the sole supplier register. It's up on the screen. We've received an updated sole supplier form from the supplier we were looking to remove. Moss Family Trust trading as Uninet Enclosure Systems should remain on the sole supplier register until the expiry date of 30th of June 2028. Uninet Enclosure Systems is a supplier of Council Stinger's net enclosures and is therefore important to keep them on the register. Accordingly, I recommend that Uninet Enclosure Systems not be removed from the sole supplier register. The amendment recommendation proposes that all suppliers identified for removal in attachment 11.8.1 be removed except for Moss Family Trust, trading as Uninet Enclosure Systems, which is to remain on the sole supplier register.
So, as it's an amendment to the recommendation, Councillor Collins, are you happy to accept that?
Yeah.
Councillor Wright? Yep, so both the mover and second have accepted that. Would you like to speak anything further to the report? Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Sole supplier arrangements are proposed where goods or services are uniquely available from a single provider or where specialised or confidential services make competitive procurement impractical. This listing has been reviewed to reflect changes in supplier availability and operational requirements. This register is reviewed every 6 months and presented to Council for resolution. This review ensures all listed suppliers continue to satisfy the legislative requirements and that the register remains current.
Any questions for the Director? Would you like to speak to the report for or against? Councillor Bowman?
Always jump in here and say, I think it's great if we can make it easier and more efficient for businesses and for council to spend money locally. So I support that, and the more that we do that by reducing our bureaucratic requirements upon them to take part in it, I think it's great. Thank you.
Okay, there's nothing further. The motion that Council resolves in accordance with section 235A and 235B of the local government regulation that it is satisfied the nominated suppliers listed in the attachment are sole suppliers and they are added to the register for the 26-27 financial year. Resolves that suppliers identified in the attachment for removal from the sole supplier register are removed with the exception of the Moss Family Trust as amended, which is to remain on the sole supplier register with an expiry of 30th of June 2028 and delegate authority to the CEO in accordance with section 257 the Local Government Act 2019 to enter contracts, negotiate, finalise and execute any and all matters associated in relation to sole suppliers subject to Council's normal procurement policies and practices. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, so item, just a reminder, item 11.9, the Code of Conduct was withdrawn from the meeting. We will move to item 11.10, which is the Procurement Policy 2026-2027. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. Director Paddy, would you like to speak to your report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The procurement policy was approved by Council in June 2026 and at the time I noted there was a possible update as the expectation was that thresholds would increase. On the 1st of July 26 that was the case, therefore this procurement policy now reflects the increased thresholds as per the regulations with the addition of the definition of a local supplier for clarification. Therefore the policy has been updated to reflect these changes and are marked up in the attachment and is being presented to Council for re-adoption.
Questions, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, through the chair. Director Paddy, just with in the actual policy itself, where there's the red letters, the red writing, that's being added into, is it being taken away?
Yes, that's correct, it's added.
Yes.
The adjustment.
Yep, thank you.
Just one I'll ask through to the Director. So the policy does talk to local suppliers. I think that's an issue that we flag we're all quite passionate about. Obviously want to see local suppliers really be able to contribute in regard to Council's procurement. The policy talks to specific weighting the report claims that policy provides a specific weighting for local suppliers. Could you just articulate what that is and how that's managed, so to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. When any evaluation assessment is conducted for any of our contracts, there is a evaluation criteria of local supplier, and that's what that definition relates to. And at this point in time, it is 10%, and that is part of the procedure that is being redrafted at the moment, so that the policy does remain very principle-based. So that provides local suppliers with a small added advantage in terms of any evaluation criteria. I do wish to see that reviewed and see where we can employ and use local suppliers more and more in the region, because it is really, really important that we do so. So it is something that I'm really, really passionate about, that we provide, as Councillor Bowman said, a more simplified way for people to procure with us, but also to ensure that they're given a favourable treatment by us where applicable.
Thank you through you to the director. Is that capped at, like 10% of $1 million is quite a sizable amount of money? And if there is nobody in our region that can supply that, do we go to our near neighbours first, or just...
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. That's actually, it's 100% evaluation, so 10% is 10% of the 100%. So that could be around quality, price, and quality. It could be value for money. So that's where those percentages come in, not necessarily on a dollar amount for the local supplier. It's overall. And yes, it is something that we do go to our closer region first, and then we look from outside there. So where we can practically, that is definitely a way forward for us for procurement.
Cool.
Thanks, Director, for clarifying that. So I think that's probably a little bit of a myth out there. Sometimes it's just 10% of the price, but it's not. It's 10% across all quite criteria.
That's correct.
Just another one from me, Director Paddy, and I think it was in regard to a light conversation, but I think it's the role of local buy within the procurement framework. And I think the business I was talking to was highlighting that they've been on local buy and they have to meet a pricing requirement for local buy, which I think effectively gives parity to them. So how do we manage the use of, say, businesses, whether they be local suppliers in the same area, that have both met those local buy requirements, and how do we differentiate who gets the work and who doesn't? So,
thank you, Mayor. We always try to look at businesses that can supply the requirements in our region. Local buy is one of those tools that we use, so people can register with that, and rather than go through some levels of procurement, we can go straight to local buy because they've gone through the process that's needed to for procurement rules. So we can go straight there, obtain the service we need, but we are aware that there are many tools that we use from procurement. We have preferred suppliers, we have sole suppliers, we have local buy, and we also do, a region-wide or wider in terms of just normal tender procurement. So there are quite a few levers that we can use in terms of our procurement. And we're always looking for, as I said, local suppliers, quality, requirements, timeframes, and value for money. And that doesn't necessarily mean just price when I'm talking about value for money. It does take into account that quality aspect and the ability to deliver on a timeline. And
Director Paddy, if we have someone who's on local buy and also on PSA, a preferred supplier arrangement, normally the PSA trumps, so we have preferred supplier arrangement. And often with my own portfolio, sometimes get queries of entities that are on local buy, but I've got a preferred supplier arrangement sitting over here. I've got to go to you first. So again, it's about then when we renew the PSAs, getting that company. And also local buy, sometimes we can go direct, but we try and still comply with our procurement rules in relation to quotations and tenders and the like. So we treat local buy as a preferred, it's already got through the first hurdle, which is to get themselves registered and part of the procurement system, and then we can work out whether we want to go direct engagement because, and then, or go to a panel of providers on local items as opposed to complete mitigation.
Any further questions on the procurement policy? Councillor Billing?
Probably more communication side of this, Mr Mayor, which probably flows on from this, is the, we talk about local buy and vendor panel as well. And I guess we just got to really encourage our businesses to be part of vendor panel, so that they are aware of any tenders or quotations or whether it's coming up that they can tender. I mean, we've got various businesses and all sorts of organisations, but we just got to encourage our locals to do that. And we've got a great spiel on the website about it all and everything like that. So whether or not we can do some communications on the, on council tendering process and things like that. So just every business out there. I mean, I sell the wares in my practice to all the businesses, so I know it, but so does BCE. So, but yeah, maybe something like that.
We are looking to roll out our annual presentations to the community in terms of procurement and all the elements that you can join up to assist with procurement. So we have had some staff resourcing issues, so we are looking around the August, September to hold those.
Just confirm that's the sort of what we're doing business council continuing that? Yeah, great. That's fantastic. Councillor Barnes?
Thank you. For me, the back of this and with comms, I think we have a lot of messaging we try and get out there. I'll touch on this with, I think, our economic development newsletter does quite well. But I also think as we advance our contact list to include emails, and that we can actually email out to businesses that we know are in our region and not have to put it on Facebook and in the newspaper to everybody, but we can target this direct information that people will benefit from it. It would be something that I think would be beneficial, and without taking up comms messaging in other areas for specific things. And probably the other thing for me is that we know, reducing the time in procurement is very important to the council projects. I also understand that the 3 quotes, it takes time and money from these businesses to quote. That is the thing that I think we're always looking for the best value and the best quotes, but how we do message to these people, because I wouldn't like it when somebody quotes a few times, doesn't get the job, and then just says, I'm not doing that because I'm not seeing returns. How we negotiate the best outcomes and keep it relevant to businesses around the region that have different costs.
So good, anything to finish us off?
Oh, yes, I was just going to ask through you, Director, do we have a sit down with the people that failed, that don't get the job, to sort of say, sort of like a employment, you didn't get the job because, so that we can help them? Because a lot of these businesses are just mum and dad operations, a lot of them, not a lot of them, some of them are huge, and they do put a lot of time and energy into quoting and sending different things, and I just would like them to feel loved.
Through you, Mayor. Definitely, it's offered. Obviously, not always is it taken up, but it is offered. If there's unsuccessful, we send them a letter with contact details to contact the procurement and contracts team.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, the motion that council adopt the procurement policy for 2026-2027 financial year is attached to 11.10.1. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.11, show holidays 2027. Move Councillor Fenley, second Councillor Wright. Any debate on this one? I guess probably just the one question I'll ask. Can we confirm we don't have any council events on the days being proposed?
Can't confirm we don't, but I will, and we have got a policy to make sure they are in our calendar very early in the process to ensure that we don't conflict with any other council events in relation to.
Any discussion, debate, councillors? Okay, the motion that council endorse the following special and show holidays for 2027 calendar year as follows: Proserpine, Ely Beach, Cannonvale Districts, 18th of June 2027, Bowen District, district, including all of the localities listed in the report, the 22nd of June 2027, the Collinsville district, including the areas listed within the report, the 2nd of November 2027, authorise the CEO to undertake all administrative actions necessary to lodge the nominations with the Queensland Government Office of Industrial Relations by the required due date, 7th of August 2026, and authorise the CEO to advise all relevant stakeholders, both internal and external, of the legally recognised dates once gazetted, and action is necessary. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.12, Office of the Mayor and CEO Activity Report. I'll move this one. Second, Councillor Clifford. Mr. CEO, I'll let you talk through the report.
Mr. Mayor, just in terms of the documentation, I think this period between April and June, our real focus was in relation to the budget process and working through our operational plan, the new budget, and really setting our program for the coming year that's coming forward. The other focus in relation to it was in terms of ensuring our communications, both for the budget and also a lot of the work that we're doing in relation to our capital program. It's a very extensive capital program, is available out and about throughout the process. We've also continued to upgrade and do work in relation to the website, and we'll see some improvements both in the back end but also in the front end as we move through these processes going forward and moving on to electronic forms and other techniques that we're trying to add to our opportunities for everybody going forward. In terms of our economic development, our focus has been continue that advocacy arrangement. Obviously, the State of the Regions is a very important process, both during the actual event but also pre and post, to talk to a lot of our businesses and our investors in the region. We're continuing to talk to investors, developers, and our existing businesses as to how they can grow and prosper over the next period of time. We're advancing the economic development strategy, working through each of those milestones in relation to that going forward. Also, in terms of community comms, we actually are out and about quite regularly in relation to projects. There is a sheet there that tells you what we're actually out at the moment in relation to that, and just making sure that we are providing opportunities for our community to comment in relation to projects, but also in some cases just to be informed that these projects are progressing and you'll see construction and other activities occurring.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Anyone want to ask any questions? Councillor Finlay?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, probably more so from the investment attraction and growth side, and CEO commented there, I think when we adopted the operational plan for the 26-27 year, we talked a fair bit about that, including the prospectuses for the various parts of our region. So I'd like to probably just get a little bit of an update on that, to how that might progress and how that will happen. Then I guess my other part of it is really investment attraction, and I know we probably had a bit of, I guess from a staffing point of view, Mr. CEO isn't our only staff member involved with that, is our manager Paul, and I'm just curious to know how we can sort of grow that investment attraction a bit more, as far as we've got lots of potential around the region and part of the community, so it's a big thing to do, but it's about knowing out there, because I know few people come to me and they say, John, what's something we can invest in Bum, there's lots of land or whatever, what can we invest in? What's the best thing? Is it a warehouse? It's this and this? And it's a bit hard to know really what that answer is. Certainly if someone comes knocking on the door, we want to build a new Coles or new Audi or whatever, but it's sometimes we just got to lead that growth, that forward vision a little bit to see where we're going. So yeah, it's probably a bit of an open question there, but more comment, more than anything. But just regarding the perspectives.
So I might just start and then we'll come up to the table and we'll talk a little bit further about the perspectives. I think it's important to note that investment attraction is not just one person. While Paul may be our kind of lead in relation to it and possibly our face in relation to it, it actually is all of us. There is a team that gets behind the scenes, both in Paul's team and also CEO and each of the directors and obviously the mayor and councillors. It's all about attracting those, and so we can get those investment inquiries in different ways. The trick is to grab them, have a look at them, determine what's required. We have a lot of information that we can produce a package now individually that's tailored to them. So while we are looking at perspectives, we're also looking at tailored ones. If they want to just be involved in childcare, they want to know what the population for the under fives is. If they want to be a retirement village, then we have population information for them. So we have basically a suite of documents and a suite of information which overnight, within about 24 hours, we can produce a package and give it to them in relation to that. We're obviously proactively also going after, at the 50,000 population, there are a range of businesses who should be in this region, and how do we actually attract them through the process. So we send some cold calls in relation to it, we do some actually discussions with them, when we get an opportunity to talk to players, we do that in relation to it. So what I'm probably trying to say is, it's not just a one approach, it's a multiple approach, and obviously we also give a lot of packages to the mayor if he's having meetings with various people to actually ensure that he's got that information to provide. But conversely, post that meeting, we actually do some follow-up in relation to that with additional information as well.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So a couple of good things that are happening in this space just recently. So we should have some draft prospectuses to look at within the next 4 weeks. So I think what's been really successful out of my first 18 months of council is the money through the door through the grants programs, you know, an extra sort of 110 million. So just spoke to my officer this morning to say we're going to pivot away from those government grants a bit more to the private sector investment attraction too. So she'll be able to dedicate more of her time towards that too, councillor. To give you an example of some of the other things that we're doing, so actively went down to Mackay a week and a half ago with our new director and presented to the UDIA conference, so their quarterly luncheon. So the opportunities across Bowen, we spoke about the residential activation fund projects and more of those housing developments to come up into the region. So certainly the focus for the next 3 to 6 months is ramping up what we do in this space, getting, as we said, the mayor, you know, those documents ready for his discussions, whether that be down in Sydney with different developers that are coming into the region, but then targeting some real opportunities place by place. So ultimately, investment attraction need the land for them to come in as well. So identifying those parcels of land that they can come in and do some developments as well. So I think you'll see my work team expand in this area in the next 3 to 6 months, and we'll bring something to council as far as a suite of documents, what that looks like. So more in the space, but as we know, there's also a lot of organic growth as well through businesses. So actually working with individual companies and businesses on the ground. I know, you know, through new energy projects as well, councillor, so, you know, bioenergy projects, so working with proponents to further those options going forward, which will, if come off, will be a real benefit to the region, across the whole region. So there is a lot of work to be done, but, you know, I think the team now is sort of pivoting away from government money into the private sector and how we can see more of that come to life. So we've got our master plans on Foreshore and Airlie Beach as well, and there's some, you know, there's some tweaks that we need to make sure the private sector put their money in to those areas, but, you know, it's just how do we attract that investment into the key precincts.
Just, you want, is it subsequent to that, Councillor Finlay?
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So I'll let him finish his line of questioning and then I'll come in.
I appreciate the point by the CEO that collaborative effort between the directors and that, because even this morning, and Paul, good to have those students here, and so talking about mountain bike projects, so yeah, so where that would really fit under council, whether or not it's under Director Amanda or under a bit of economic, but it's a bit of everything there, you know, and there is some spin-offs on that as well. So no, good to hear that. Yeah, we're working as a team.
Thank you, Councillor Rock.
Thank you, through the chair. Just in regards to the housing out at Collinsville, and particularly that Moongunya Springs block of land that's there, look, obviously we have had some discussions with some of the mining parties out there. Is there anywhere else that we can package this up as a development to try to entice more housing, or is there any further discussions along those lines with this?
Councillor, do you mean just in Collinsville?
Yeah, just particularly in that area of the economy. Yeah.
So outside of the mining companies that we're already talking to?
Is there any other opportunities?
Yeah.
I suppose?
Look, I'm happy to speak to this. Yeah, so I think Look, I think that's definitely still probably option one, the private sector, but probably the one that we've probably spoken of since then is obviously a Leichhardt Street block here. We did meet with the Housing Minister last year around them taking over. It's their land anyway, but to be able to deliver housing for essential workers, so your teachers, your police, your nurses, that sort of type thing, and probably having a look at that, probably saw a lot of synergies with that one in Collinsville, that obviously if they could deliver some new housing for nurses, teachers, police officers, that sorts of type of thing, it might be a good fit. So probably early level discussion just with the local member at this stage, but yeah, I would be something. It's slightly different because it's obviously our block of land, but I would like to think maybe we could bring that back through and see if we would be willing to offer a portion or some of that land to the Department of Housing to do a project of that sort of scope. So it's probably blue sky thinking, but yeah, I think they've got an appetite to deliver more housing product through that state agency and through QBuild. So I think it's similar to this one here. I think it's worth exploring. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just probably the only thing I'll add to that is significant, as we're working through the renewable energy community benefit agreement policy as well. So once that actually gets developed, we'll have a good handle on what we want to see if those companies are to proceed, and there are quite a few looking at the Collinsville area. What are those legacy benefits? Is it accommodation that can be utilised after they come in, utilise it to build their project and then move out and that can be handed over? So, yeah.
As long as it's not a camp or anything like that, we want to see actual houses out there to bring families in and to support the community that's already there. I think that's the main goal. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Michelle, for bringing that up too. So, Mr. Mayor, just probably a question about Munganya, and I got a feeling our new director, Amanda, might have had something to do with some strategic planning of a residential development on Munganya many years ago. So I'm just wondering whether or not in the archives somewhere we might still have that plan somewhere. It'd be great to bring it out onto the table, Mr. Mayor, because it was a fabulous vision for Munganya and the future development of Collinsville.
Thank you. I did go back through the minutes. I found some of that, the millions of dollars that went into it and stuff too. So I think there is a lot of background work that's gone there, but we also know the planning schemes have changed since then. So there can probably be more better land use out of that site than even that plan has done. But the infrastructure is, plans are there, but the land usage, I think you could get more houses on that site than what was proposed back in that day. For me, on economic development, I know it's in your page, but the best thing with people is to probably get them onto the economic development newsletter. But I haven't seen a simple one for your business on the council website where I can direct them to actually say to sign up to that newsletter quite simply. But that's a regular update. And also, the information that's flowing through the team, like with that council IQ and the data, and that actually shows the spend in regions down to the spend in Bowen and stuff too. And I think having that data can really show the amount of money that is, in the regions and the different districts, and therefore the return on investment for that. Probably with the whole thing, seeing quarterly reports roll out, in the following month is good. I think that shows, current information for us to pass along, plus also I hope less council resources are going into preparing these. It's not so arduous on the staff to prepare these reports. I think it goes into the next report. It's very thorough. I only made one request through this report, so I feel like I've been across most of what you've been doing, but obviously in the budget and the operational plan, I see real outcomes that come to fruition in the next year. So thanks for the report and everyone involved.
That's fine. Mayor, can I just get clarification on council plan or comment you just made regarding millions for Munganya? What's ago that the council today didn't spend $1 million on it?
I'll take that on notice and send through the minutes and the agendas that I read. Thanks.
Never developments down to they bought the land at in conjunction with the Department of Natural Resources at the time, a deal. We did a master plan on it, and we didn't bring any infrastructure, anything like that.
Okay. All right. Noted comments. I think it's a discussion completely different to what we're talking about today, so Councillor Bowman, if you could provide that information, the evidence you claim, that'd be great. Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Along with Amanda, I sat on that development committee for the project, whatever we called it back in the day. And apart from some officers' time after we bought the land, I don't know that there was a lot of money spent.
Okay, anything regarding the report further? Okay. The motion that Council receive the Officer Mayor and CEO activity report at attachment 1112.1 for April to June 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. We did have a monthly finance, didn't we? Yep, no, that's just got yep. Okay, so moving to item 11.13, Corporate Support Services Activity Report. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. Director Paddy, I'll let you speak to it.
Thank you, Mayor. The final quarter of the financial year was a particularly busy period, with the Directorate focused on delivering the 26-27 budget, supporting year-end financial processes, progressing major business improvement initiatives, and continuing to provide critical support services across the organisation. Significant achievements included the adoption of the 26-27 budget, completion of approximately $84 million in asset capitalisation works, ongoing implementation of new governance, safety and technology systems, progression of key fleet and property initiatives and delivery of procurement and financial sustainability improvements. Despite some challenges, the Directorate continued to strengthen Council's governance framework, improve business systems and processes, deliver efficiencies across the fleet and procurement operations, investment in workforce capability and support the organisation's long-term financial sustainability goals. The IT team resolved more than 2,000 support requests during the quarter. I would like to welcome several new members of our leadership team. We have Janelle Skipworth up the back, Manager Governance, Josh Gibson, Manager Innovation and Technology, and John Edwards, who's the Coordinator Fleet Services, who's in Bowen. We look forward to the valuable contributions they will make to the Council and our community. I'd also like to recognise Mel Humphreys, Coordinator Operational Finance, who celebrated an outstanding 40-year service with the Council in June, shortly before her retirement. This milestone reflects an exceptional commitment to the organisation and the Whitsunday community. This will also be my final opportunity to acknowledge and thank two valued members of the Directorate who will soon be leaving Council. Leah Bradley, Manager Finance Systems and Services, commencing a new chapter in the Blue Mountains after more than 4.5 years with Council. Peter Shuttlewood, Manager Procurement, Corporate Buildings and Fleet, will conclude an impressive 10 years of service as he looks forward to spending more time with his family in Mackay. On behalf of Council, I sincerely thank Leah and Peter for their dedication, professionalism and contributions to the organisation. I also wish to personally thank them for the support and guidance they provided following my commencement in person in Council in January. Their commitment and hard work have left a lasting impact on the Whitsunday Regional Council, and we wish them every success and happiness in the future. To close out the 25-26 financial year, I would like to acknowledge the commitment and professionalism of all staff across the Directorate. Their efforts have played a significant role in supporting Council's operations, delivering key projects and ensuring the organisation remains well positioned to meet future challenges and opportunities. I'm really excited from the Directorate's perspective, where we're starting to really hone on some really good efficiencies and improvements and transformation initiatives that's going to have us launch into 26-27. So really looking forward to that as the Director.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Through the Director. As you know, I've got a proposed motion in the docket here about the two corporate computer systems that we're operating on. Ready to be put on the table at some time. But yeah, just probably wanted to get a bit of an update on that, and interested, we've got our colleagues from the department here, and I know we spoke to our colleagues from the LGAQ on it, and we've got I guess a couple of issues with the providers, but I just wondered whether or not we can get a report or a briefing back to Council on where we're at with our two corporate computer systems, which is obviously costing us a lot of money.
Through you, Mayor. We have undertaken through the Transformation Working Group for an in-depth review of our IT systems and sections during the month of May, June. We're expecting that report any moment. So when we receive that report, that's when I'll be briefing council on what are the outcomes and our way forward from that perspective. I did also meet Technology One director while I was in Brisbane recently, and there have been some forward movements on obtaining some assistance that they may be able to provide us moving forward as well. And I have already spoken about that we will be looking at an upgrade of our existing rate system to help us with rates and our CRM. So we do have a plan. I do really want to have that investigation report back before that's solidified though.
Thank you. Something, Councillor Clifford?
No, I was just...
Yes, I would just like to say thanks for the report. I see a lot of optimisation and new systems rolling out there. Very supportive, of customer service and also workplace health and safety. That's a great priority, but the safer we can make it for the council and the council workers, I think better for us. Probably for me to pick out amongst it is the great work that's been happening on capitalisation and the pick-up in that, and then nicely offset by the depreciation offsets in the fleet stuff as well. Like big savings there, $740,000 in revaluation, current valuations of fleet on top of last year with the minor fleet. So that makes me feel much better when I know we're capitalising a whole lot. I'm happy to see
in and out.
Some of that there, but I do understand depreciation, helps us fund our renewals. So we can't cut our noses off despite our feet for accounting purposes. Probably a couple of questions is just the in the call centre modernisation, and then maybe outside of you, I just see the mention of the electrical upgrades and things of Early Beach Main Street for the CCTV rollout as well. Just they're working off the back of each other. Always happy to know we have the youth here today talking about lighting, so I think it's important to everyone.
Just a couple from me, Director. Probably highlight in the report for me was around the asset rationalisation. It's something that we've spoken about. So I think that's a fantastic outcome, and obviously supportive of further investigations around things like that to be achieved. Probably just one query on that though, if and definitely answer straight away, but if that's been accepted by the external auditor, we're comfortable with our external position there at this stage. And then probably just my second question, I think it's something that's obviously transitioned through maybe even the previous corporate plan, operational plan, and is the WITSafe system. So I flag in the report does talk about being on track, but at 20 to 30% completion. I think off memory we had an August somewhat release date. Just getting a bit of an update from you whether that sort of on track is still credible and we're on track there. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm pleased to say that the external auditors did clear the changes to the items such as Shute Harbour and Rockwall, as well as our fleet. It is very much that we're looking at item by item and really understanding our use of that asset, and then being able to apply it to an accounting standard and to be able to say this is how we're going to use it and this is how we're going to be able to renew it over the life that we need it to conduct. So quite happy with that. I wasn't sure, but they've said that no, it was in adherence with the accounting standards, which I'm very pleased at. And that will continue over the 26, 27, 27, 28. We do have a revaluation of some of our assets next year, so it will be a key component around that, plus condition reporting on our assets as to how we move forward. In terms of WITSafe, that is now scheduled to be delivered mid to late August. It is on track, and that is for stage 1. There has been a lot of work undertaken by the Work Health and Safety team around development of reports and also notifications that will be rolled out at that same time. So that's pretty exciting and pretty good for a council like us to be managing our WHS risks.
Do you have anything, Councillor Clifford?
No, I was just...
Anything further regarding the corporate services activity report? Corporate support services. Okay, the motion to council receive the Corporate Support Services Activity Report, attachment 11.13.1 for quarter 4 of the 2025-26 financial year. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to our next item, 11.14, which is the monthly finance report. Move Councillor Fenley, second Councillor Clifford. Director Paddy, I'll let you...
Again, sorry. Thank you, Mayor.
One glass of water.
Sort of, yeah, I don't normally have these many reports at council.
It's all right, I'll reserve my comments for the annual report.
Thank you. It is interim. So these are interim unaudited estimated financial performance and position for the council as at 30th of June 2026. The expectation is to have these relatively final by the 3rd of August. I do have Katie Coates on the screen, the coordinator of finance at the moment, just in case there's any questions that I might need a little bit of help in terms of those end of year financial processes that we're going through. We're still going through revenue recognition, provisions and accruals are still being finalised, but we are on the deadline to meet the external auditors of the 3rd of August, with the statements scheduled for endorsement at the end of August 2026. At this stage, there's an operating surplus of 11.2 million at a whole of council level, which is better than budgeted by 7.5. I will say at the moment, and I did have a little bit of a conversation with Councillor Vinlay, I'm not able to split out the funds at the moment between the general, commercial and the utilities, as we're still going through a few of those accruals, and as soon as I can I will provide that information. You will see that there's additional information in relation to our investments as per the policy that was raised, so that does have how we're investing our money and the rates that we are getting at the moment.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Probably a couple of questions, and I do note that our proposed, and these are only drafting stage, so they're obviously going to change. But I do note that our operating service is 11.2 million, which was obviously improved from 3.6. However, 6 million of that is an increase in revenue to what we budgeted for, and only $2 million less in expenditure, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, you might recall in June of 25, in our budget resolution, you included a paragraph in there, which I probably would have thought our decrease in expenditure would have been a lot more than what it is today on here, and that would have been an active one back then, not in January. But anyway, I'll wait and probably reserve some more comments till when we get the full report. But just a couple of comments also, and probably Katie there as well. Just regarding the treatment of, say for instance, the money that we've spent already on the planning for the Kennebar Hub and also the sports park. Is that going to be, I guess my first question is it included in here as a material cost, or is it in the capital section at the moment? And then by the county interpretation of it, is it going to be included as an operating cost rather than capital? Similar to the designs for the master plans that were funded from a transfer from the operational reserves, which were never included in the budget in the first place, but they are included in the materials and services here, and they will be treated as an operational cost. So my question is just around the preliminary type expenditure for the hub and the sports park. Is that going to be an operation cost, or going to be capitalised?
At the moment it is sitting in capital. It's in the work in progress amount, because it is very much around the capital design of the project. So my expectation, without having gone through the transactions itself, that there will be a lot that would be capitalised with the asset. There'd be very little with that. Master plans are a little bit different, because they can be almost they're a guide, not necessarily going to be building something in particular. They're more concept. So yes, you're right, the master plans are in there in the materials and supplies where we can't capitalise.
And just to close off, and Director Patty's on the fund, Mr. Mayor, about the breakdown of reports for general water and sewage, and we'll get that later on, to see how each one of those actually.
Did Yeah, look, I'll reserve commentary for the annual report mostly. Just a couple of things, probably just around the capital, Director Gary. So 68% delivery, 162% committed, which is a big number. I think given the quantum we're talking at here, so can you just confirm that the RAF being one of the bigger ones is in that commitments number that's kind of pushed it up to look quite large?
Yeah, that's correct. So you've got packages, BRFA and RAF and other contracts. So the number will continue to grow because we've got things like Kelsey Creek Bridges on 5 million that have been awarded. So there's a range of projects, and we've also had the awarding of the reseal program, rehabilitation program late in the financial year. So that's what the numbers do. There's a fair bit there attached with the awarding of the contract to Killards, as you've identified.
Thank you. Councillor
Thanks. Maybe on the back of that is relative to the sustainability ratios, just that big shift that we've seen over the past 6 months with liquidity. I think I've got a tag on about page 350 here, but that was another thing, but it's down. I'm just kind of checking that the shift in that is probably relevant to the commitments on the capital spend, is it? It's just been locked in. And I think for the councillors, in December, 6 months ago, we had 19 months of unrestricted cash in reserve. We're still well in the green, which is 4 months by the state assessment, but that's come down to just under 10 months. So that's a significant investment into the capital works program. It probably was just a question between capitalisation and operational budget. On page 350, we have material and supply costs. The savings mainly due to reduced spend on contractors due to a delay in the capital program. So I'm just trying to understand there, are those operational expenses, or is that something that flows over into the capital budget, or how is that affecting our operational material and supply that's relative to the capital program?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor, there is an element of operational costs with our contractors, so we do have some of those flow through the profit and loss and not necessarily attached to an asset. So that's why that is lower. We do budget accordingly into those categories.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further questions on the monthly report, councillors? Okay, the motion the council receive the unaudited interim monthly financial report, including the unaudited interim financial statements for the year to date June 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, so we have already completed our supplementary agenda item at 11:15. So we'll now, how are we going for time, proceed to move into confidential session through item 12. Prior to closing the meeting for the confidential session, would any councillors like to declare a conflict of interest? The report's outlined in the agenda. I'll start with Councillor Clifford.
Yes, the assignment of the lease, the first item of business in confidential.
So item 12.1, Councillor Clifford, a prescribed conflict.
Prescribed, and I will leave the room.
Councillor Finlay, did you have
Yeah,
something?
likewise, I have a prescribed conflict of interest in item 12.1. I will leave the room.
Okay. Right, we'll close the session first and then we'll kick you out.
Go down here.
Anything else regarding the items there from any councillors? We're all good there. Okay, can I have a move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. The council closed the meeting to the public at 11:54 a.m. in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for closed meetings for the purpose of discussing the following items. Item 12.1, the assignment of lease due to merger agreement. Item number 12.2, bioenergy project investigation. Item 12.3, monthly financial report, July 2026. I put that to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously and we close at 11:54. That one I forgot. Okay, can I have a mover and seconder return from closed session? Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Simpson. The motion that Council reopen the meeting to the general public at 2:14 p.m. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay.
We open the doors. We might have our local government people. They're really interested. And they're coming for the training.
They want to come in or not?
That's right.
Oh, you don't need to grab it.
We'll keep going.
Yep. Okay, so we have item 12.1, assignment of lease due to merger agreement. Councillor Clifford.
I'm declaring a clerical conflict of interest. I think that's the right one. Isn't
Material
it?
conflict.
Material, yeah, whatever. As I am the chair of the Whitsunday Housing Company.
And you will leave the room.
And I'm leaving the room.
Councillor
I'm
Finlay.
declaring a material interest in this matter, Mr Mayor, as the applicant is the client of the business to which I work for, which I'm a manager of.
Thank you. Can you leave the room? Thank you, Councillor Finlay. Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Simpson. The motion that Council approves the assignment of lease set out in attachment 12.1.1 as part of the proposed organisational merger and authorises the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute all documents and do all things necessary to facilitate the assignment of the lease. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried at 5-0. Please let Councillor Finlay and Councillor Clifford back in the room, please. Back, Councillor Clifford, Councillor Finlay. The prior item was passed. We'll move to 12.2, which is the bioenergy project investigation. I'll move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Finlay. The motion that Council receives and notes the confidential attachments, endorses Council's in-principle support for the proposed Bowen bioenergy project, authorises the CEO to undertake the necessary actions to progress Council's support for the project, including advocating for the project and providing letters of support where appropriate. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 12.3, the monthly financial report for July 2026.
Are we going to change the name of that?
Yeah, I thought we were.
I think it's set there now, so there's enough information in the resolution, I believe. So, Councillor Clifford, I'll second this one. You don't have to put your name to it, Councillor Finlay.
I'm just thinking the wrong call, Mr Mayor.
The motion that Council, in relation to the Whitsunday Regional Sports Precinct Project, Stage 1, delegates authority to the CEO to continue pursuing and applying for grant funding opportunities for the Whitsunday Sports Park project. Delegate authority to the CEO to allocate up to 5.8 million of eligible LGIP funding. Authorise the CEO to progress the Whitsunday Regional Sports Park Precinct Stage 1 project to tender and for the Chief Executive Officer to present a report to Council prior to award after confirming funding, affordability and access arrangements, and direct the CEO and Mayor to negotiate with the Department of Transport and Main Roads for a safe and cost-effective Whitsunday Regional Sports Precinct Stage 1 access arrangement. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. We'll move to the second Part B resolution. Moved Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. The motion that Council delegate authority to the CEO to make loan applications to meet Council's contribution towards the Cannon Vale Community Hub up to a maximum amount of $15 million. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. I'll just add a quick message here. I know I don't like to talk too much on these things, but yeah, I think that particular one really talks to Council remaining committed to delivering the Cannon Vale Community Hub project and the Whitsunday Regional Sports Precinct project in one of the fastest growing parts of our region. Looking forward, our responsibility is now to affirm those projects further, maximise available external funding opportunities contain the scope of the projects and ensure that every dollar of council funding produces genuine long-term community value. Okay, we'll move to matters of importance. Item number 13 on our agenda. Would any councillors like to raise any matters of importance? Councillor Clifford.
Thank you. I was wondering if, through you, if local laws could do a lift on A-frames on Main Street. We had a cruise ship in again today, and the whole street is covered in A-frames. And people have, you know, I haven't seen anyone actually fall over them, but they certainly, particularly up around the top roundabout, not the Starfish one, the other one up the other end, where you enter into the Esplanade. Between goods on footpath and A-frames, it's, you know, you're taking your life in your hands walking around there, quite frankly. So I'm just wondering if that could be looked at. Thank you.
I'll just add something. I probably should have done it in the condolences. And I apologise for forgetting it at the time. But yeah, really just want to acknowledge, obviously we had a significant memorial in the region on the weekend. And today is actually the 3-year anniversary of that event where Bushman 83 went down off the coast of Hamilton Island. So I just want to respect and honour Captain Daniel Lyon, Lieutenant Maxwell Nugent, Warrant Officer Class 2 Philip Laycock and Corporal Alexander Nags, and also pay respects to their families and loved ones. It's obviously something that'll be forever etched in the memory of the Whitsunday region, and I hope we've done some way to memorialise, providing an adequate memorial for what happened to them and you know, the contribution that they've made as soldiers to Australia. So, yeah, any further matters of importance? Okay, nothing further. I'll declare the meeting closed at 2:21 p.m. Thank you everyone for your attendance.